What's the clock say? Everyone? Hey, live.
Hello, everyone, and I'm very happy to welcome everybody to Super Bowl Open Studios 2021. It's been a very, very difficult year to plan the event, but we are thrilled to have so much going on this year. Besides Booth Central, we have all these artists doing outdoor displays, many of which you can see behind you at Summer Nova, as well as at many other locations around town. So we hope you'll go onto our website, take a look at the map, as well as listen to the interviews that are coming up this afternoon here on Booth Central. It has been 2 years since the last Summer Open Studios, because just as we were planning things last March, we all know what happened, and we were not able to hold Summer Open Studios last year. So we're very thrilled to be able to do this year and be part of bringing back normalcy. And we hope that you are going to come down as well as watch on Booth Central to enjoy the art and welcome everybody back to Summer Open Studios. So thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Peter. This is Zoe, Zoe Rath. I'm an SOS volunteer, and I'm going to be playing some artist clips shortly. Okay, here we go.
Can you just go in if you have the sign?
Okay. So
That was short. Did you expect more?
that's fine.
I think that's what you want.
What's your email?
Trevor Messiah at Gmail.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Enjoy.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Just asking people to put down their names just in case we have to do contact tracing. Okay. My album not live. Hopefully, well, this is what's going on at Summer Nova. Enjoy your Summer Open Studios. Bye. Hi, welcome to Somerville Open Studios 2021.
I understand we've had some earlier technical issues, and we apologize for that. But my name is Peter Belford. I'm on the board of Somerville Open Studios, and we're just thrilled to be able to have this event this year after a 2-year absence. In 2020, we were about to launch our event, and in our final stages of planning in March, we all know what happened. So we're just thrilled to have all these artists exhibiting in a great day outdoors. So we hope that you'll both be coming to here, Summer Nova, as well as the Armory, and about 40 other locations around the city, and taking as much art as you can, as well as listening on Booth Central and checking out our website and what was the last one? Our website and our YouTube channel, Somerville Open Studios YouTube channel. So we hope you all have a great time and can come down and join us, as well as enjoy the interviews that we hope will be happening on Booth Central throughout the course of the day, as well as tomorrow afternoon from noon to 6. So great, and enjoy. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah,
So who are you? And
I'm Haley Cormier. Haley Cormier Art and Bluebird Case. We are at Somerville Open Studio.
and tell us a little bit about what you're doing here, like art-wise, please.
So, art-wise, a lot of my work involves natural materials, bark, flowers, leaves. Throughout college, I worked at greenhouses and florist shops, and a lot of those elements found their way into my artwork. And within the past few months, I decided to go back to my floral roots and have started Bluebird Bouquets. And I'll be doing pop-ups at Boston Public Market for Mother's Day and Boston's Women's Market throughout the summer. So kind of a little mix of everything.
What inspires you, like, for the work you're doing, like the bouquets and the?
Honestly, I just like nature itself. I think is really inspiring. The fact that like flowers just have so many different colors and textures and variations of them, is incredible. And it just comes from like a little seed or something like that. And I just get inspired by those. And I think for a long time I was trying to recreate them, but it's like why recreate something that's already so perfect? So I have just embraced using them in everything I do.
Oh, excellent. Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on just a second here. Not sure my headphones are working. Yeah, they weren't on. Let me see. Huh. Well, doesn't seem connected. I might have to switch to the actual speakers. I might.
Hi, everyone. So next we're going to be talking to Adam Atkinson. He's going to be telling us about his painting. Adam, would you mind introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about your process and how long you've been in Somerville?
Oh, yeah, sure. First off, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And thanks for, volunteering and helping and setting all this up. It's really cool. It's been a big help for this crazy COVID time. So thank you. Yeah, so my name's Adam Atkinson. I live in Somerville. I've been here for, 7, 8 years now. Yeah, I moved here from Wyoming, a place called Laramie. Yeah, my work is, well, you can kind of see behind me, it's sort of a mix of impressionism and abstract. But not abstract, impressionism and realism. And, I'm not sure exactly where it falls in the line. Sometimes it's more realism, sometimes it's, it just depends on the day, to be honest with you. But I really like working for real life. I like going out, I like finding things, I like, being in the moment. And it has a vibrancy that working from photographs just it can't provide. So I really like getting out there. This one here is actually a larger version of a small painting I did up in where was it? Up in Essex at the Cox Reservation up there. It's really
Can we
beautiful.
see a closer look of it? Can you show
Yeah,
it?
sure. Yeah. If I can bring it closer to the camera here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
So
neat.
I'm still working on it, but yeah, I painted a small version of it, and then I brought it back in the studio, and I was looking at this little sketch, and I was thinking, all right, that might have some legs. So I've been working on this, trying to get all the kinks worked out of it, and yeah, it's been a fun painting so far to sort of explore. A lot of it's from my imagination. Some of it's I didn't take any photographs, so I just have to kind of make it up as I go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really.
Yeah, I think I've seen on Instagram you also have done like the Harvard Bridge, right? Is that you or?
Yeah. I did the Harvard Bridge guy. That was 5 years ago. That was a while ago.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's neat because I don't know if they do it right now, but Cambridge will shut down that whole street next to the bridge. So
Okay.
you can set up anywhere right in the middle of the road, which is it's on Sundays they would do that. And that was a really cool little thing that Cambridge does. Yeah. So this one's a little bit more realism. Let's see if I can show you that one there. There we go. And you can see it has just the more traditional sort of realism. But then, and which is fun to do. I love doing that. But then there's this one here, this one is painted from a photograph, but it's just because of the style. Like I did it with using Q-tips and a squeegee and just some weird, different ways of doing it, and just trying different things and experimenting. And this is one experiment that I think turned out pretty good. So I might keep. Actually, I went to the dollar store and bought a whole box of Q-tips now. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, enough to. Yeah, you can get a whole.
So you painted them with Q-tips?
Well, sort of. Yeah. It's weird. Like I have a squeegee.
Uh-huh.
I painted it with a squeegee, and was able to get off the straight lines, and then the Q-tips. It's not all painted Q-tips, but they're really good for pulling off paint. It's almost like carving. Like you put it all in there, and then you go in with Q-tips, and then you can take it out and sort of. It's a subtractive instead of like normal paintings, like additive. You're always putting more on. So it's kind of a neat, different way of doing painting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can you tell us a little bit about your studio? Like, how long have you been there? Where is it?
Oh yeah, my studio. Yeah. So this is actually, you're actually in the back part of my house.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's really great. I have a really, really supportive wife. She lets me use the back part of the house as my studio.
Great. Great.
And yeah, yeah, it's been fantastic. And yeah, it's nothing. It's like maybe 10 by 15 feet, so it's not huge, but I have some really nice north-facing windows, which is super helpful. And
Okay.
yeah, I thought about getting a studio, but $300-400 a month, I'd have to get another job just to
Right.
have a
Right.
studio.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah. And do you do this full time? You do your art full time?
yeah, I do it. So I have a part-time job. I work a couple days a week, and then I do this the rest of the time.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
I do some teaching on the side here and there. Not so
You
much.
teach art? You teach art?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh.
I teach. I worked with the Newton Watercolor Society for several years.
Okay.
I do private tutoring.
Okay. And then I know you said this is your own studio, but are you connected with do you display your art at a different studio or?
Yeah, no, my gallery right now, strange enough, has been Facebook.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah.
It sounds weird to say, but that's where I've been getting the most. I get a lot of feedback. I get a lot of sales from Facebook, which has been really nice.
Okay, great.
Yeah. It's honestly, Boston's kind of, for my type of artwork, it's not. It's more towards like original and or not original, but like abstract and sort of, surrealistic a little bit. Like there's a few places like Boston Guild that I think my work in a couple of years might be good at. But for the most part, yeah, my work's a little bit too traditional. So I just show online and
Well, that's great.
I don't mind. Yeah, it works. So
And
I
what
wouldn't
about
mind finding a good gallery though.
is there anything then, did the pandemic really affect your art at all? Is there anything you're excited about being able to do now that you couldn't before?
Well, that's a good question. Yeah, I think with the pandemic, it's changed. I wasn't able to go out as much, obviously, so I did a lot more still lifes. So I'm excited to be able to get back outside. I'm excited to hopefully be able to teach again.
Okay, great.
But I'm sure you hear a lot of people get they sort of it was a good time for introspection. To go and to look inside and see yourself a little bit. So
Right.
So it was good for that.
Okay.
Yeah, if I have to look for positives,
Yeah,
there's a few.
definitely.
Yeah. But it's been pretty much, just trying to keep my nose to the grindstone,
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Bouncing around people. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, just a silly last question, or another question if you have another thing you want to bring up. But if you could do a art installation or be a art in residency internationally somewhere, where would it be?
Oh wow, that's a good question too. Yeah. So I thought about doing a Kickstarter to do like a residency up in Maine,
Okay.
Not the Harbor Islands, that's in Washington. The big state park, Acadia.
Acadia.
Up there.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I've never been, but I thought that would be.
Have you done a lot of have you painted in other parks then? Big parks? Like Yosemite?
Yeah. Well, like Yellowstone, I've gone up there a couple times, with my easel and, painted the big waterfalls and so that was a lot of fun. I've been to several of them. I didn't bring my painting supplies for most of them, unfortunately. But yeah, I do really love the national parks, and they're just they really are like a treasure, They're just so much, especially like Arches and, Yellowstone and there's one down in Kentucky called Mammoth Cave. I don't know if it's a national park.
Oh,
But it's a huge cave system for miles and miles, and you go down, and it's just fantastic. It's surreal. It's really cool. But if I could go anywhere in the world, I would probably go to like Japan.
Oh, okay.
just the temples there, and they just blow my mind. They're just so beautiful in their composition and the colors and just everything, the way they're built and the people there and just everything about it. I'm really into the woodcuts. You know, the Japanese woodcuts. I can't remember the guy's name right now, but just beautiful stuff. And,
Yeah, it doesn't look like that.
yeah, every scene that he does, it just really inspires me. So I think if I had to pick one place, I think it'd be Japan.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Okay. Thanks so much. Did you have anything else you wanted to share with or any fond have you participated in Somerville Open Studios before? And then
Yeah,
if you did, what was like a fond memory that you had from the previous one? Or
Wow. So I've done several open studios. The best, I started back in 2016, just as a volunteer. I didn't even participate. I just volunteered for the first year, maybe that was 2015, just to see what it was like and everything. And then the next year I started volunteering more and really jumped in. But I think it was in 2017. I have the poster up there. I was able to paint the cover for it.
okay.
So yeah, and that was really cool. It was a big kind of a collaboration effort with a lot of the other artists. We all got together at someone's house and we had dinner and snacks. And we were coming up with all kinds of bizarre ideas. But it ended up being like it ended up being a squirrel with like jetpack, like going into the future.
Oh,
so,
neat.
Yeah. And so I painted that over the city of Somerville. I got Google Maps and I found all the the main like Davis Square and the Armory and Somerville Ave. So I was able to put all the landmarks as this sparrow's flying over in this jetpack with goggles.
Oh, that is cool. Yeah, that's
Yeah. I even have. Give me a second. I was gonna wear it today. Maybe I'll wear it tomorrow. I got the. I even got the T-shirt for it. So.
Oh wow, that is nice.
Yeah. That's kind of cool. So, but I think meeting people has been by far the best part of open studios. I've met so many great people and other artists. Like the community here is just so vibrant and rich and full of just.
And let's just let our viewers know that if any of them want to meet you, like virtually, that's a possibility. Just go to the Booth Central site, and then you can visit Adam's booth and do a chat, and he'd be happy to chat with you or other people too.
Yeah, absolutely. I love meeting people. Definitely.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much. Really appreciate your time.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. Thank you for thank you for doing this.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, without volunteers, this wouldn't happen. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
So I'm about to just start playing some older videos again, just while we connect with the next artist.
My name is Tori Weston. I'm one of the artists showing for Somerville Open Studios. And I do mixed media, lithography, and drawing. One of the pieces I'm working on is right next to me. I like to draw, right now, faces of women, hair texture. I like, since the pandemic, I've been working with using different kinds of paper and everything on canvas. I also enjoy pre-pandemic the lithography, especially doing work in stone lithography at the School Museum of Fine Arts. The School Museum of Fine Arts printmaking studio. So for sale for Somerville Open Studios, I have various prints, art postcards, some lithography prints, some drawing prints, and some mixed media stuff. I also like to, within my own work, talk about issues of race, feminism, and then sometimes just simply things that I see every single day and try to combine them on the canvas. If you are interested go to ToriWestonWriterArtist.com. I'm also on Instagram at Tori Weston Writer Artist, on Facebook at Tori Weston Writer Artist, and you can also find me on the Somerville Open Studios website. Thank you for supporting local art, and thank you for supporting Somerville Open Studios.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adam Kelly. I'm a painter working out of the historic
Sorry, I don't work here. Sorry.
masks up, social distancing.
Hi everyone, I'm at the Somerville Open Studios, and this is the live space at the Somerville Armory. And I heard that the puppet show is in or somewhere around here. I'm trying to find them. Otherwise, we'll just go see what art's going on. Okay. Hi, I'm with. I'm also a volunteer. We're doing a live stream, so just you want to say hi to the live stream?
Yay, Open Studios!
Have you seen the puppet show? I heard that they were in the area.
Troops through here.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead then. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead and try to find the puppet show. Oh, here we go. Oh, hey. I'm Zoe.
Hello, Zoe.
I'm trying to find you guys.
You're here.
Oh, good. Nice to see you. Oh, hi. So,
Hi, and this is my friend Wolfman, and this is the devil. Come here closer.
Hello, we're
But he's also Lucas, and this is
Oh,
little
wow.
Moira. Moira, say hi to Yeah, they're all wonderful people. They came out.
Oh, wow.
There's all this wind, but we're very happy to be here.
Hi. So what is this called, or tell me again what it's all about?
Oh, Petrushka, I am world famous. I am Petrushka. You must know about me. I'm from all the way from Russia, from thousands of years ago. But then, the devil also, he's pretty ancient. And all the devils have been living for a long time. These two are all over young. But the cat is the youngest, probably.
And then there's a cute little puppet over here, too.
Hello. Hi. Hi. Such a great day. Such a lovely event. So great to be here. Thank you for doing all of this. We'll keep walking.
Okay, thank you guys. See you later. Oh, hi, I'm Zoe. I'm with Boston. The Central.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
like
you.
A face or half a face. What do you do?
So, do you want to tell me a little bit about your booth?
What do I tell you? Blowing
Look
in
at
the
the
wind.
Look at the cool things she makes. Oh, I'm trying to do it like this.
This is making a debut today.
Oh,
Pandemic
great.
work. They're all taped to the table.
Oh, wow. It's very windy here. And then you're also doing Booth Central, right?
I am doing Booth Central.
And have you had any people visit yet? Or
Here?
No, Booth Central.
Oh, I haven't checked.
But it's tomorrow too, so.
Yes. Yeah, so that's.
Oh, that's neat.
I have only taken out a little bit because
You don't want them to blow away.
Yes,
so.
yes. I don't want them to blow away. I don't want to damage anymore.
Oh, wow. Yeah. There's like sand on it?
Glass powder.
What's it called?
Glass powder.
Glass powder.
Yeah.
And then how would people use that functionally? Is it just for decoration?
No, it's an appetizer tray of sorts. It's like a little kiwi leaf. It's like a.
Oh yeah, you can put your kiwi on it.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. These are really pretty. And this would be great for like a dining room table or something. And then this is appetizers, yeah. And then you hang these in the window.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's really pretty. Do you make those bigger too, or just
I
little?
make, I didn't bring anything bigger than
Right.
this, but yeah, I make bigger stainless pieces. I think I sold anything else that was bigger too, so I have
That's pretty,
this guy.
Yeah. Perfect for Mother's Day, which is coming up, right? Yeah.
In fact, I gave my mom a big version of this one. I do. Give me 1 second. Oh my gosh, she's blowing your mind. Oh no, good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And she's also on Booth Central, which is a virtual site.
Oh, what is it called?
Booth Central.
Booth Central.
Booth
There you
Central.
go.
If you go to our well, if you see like there's posters, and then you use the QR code.
No. I don't have just that's fine.
This is
That has all the information.
That's true. But if you go also to the Facebook page or our website, there's a link to Booth Central and her site's on there and other sites.
Oh, that's cool. Are you an artist as well then?
Volunteer.
Oh, good job. Mothering all of us into That's fair. Good job.
Hi. I'm Zoe. Hi. Nice to see you.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. So you're doing well. So Saffron
is in charge today, but
Saffras. Is that how you said it?
Yeah.
So she's also you're on Booth Central, so you can see her there too.
Thank you. Yeah.
And want to say a little bit about your art?
Sure. Hi everybody. I'm Sarah, aka Sassafras. Good to see you. Sitting here, Mother Nature's in charge today. I do abstract watercolor. Inspired by bright colors.
Oh, that's cool.
And I do a thick layer of watercolors on the backgrounds. So you can see here, I do it. First start with the watercolor, and then I take a plastic wrap, crumple it up, and stick it on top and let it dry, and it makes the texture that you see there. Okay. And then this is gold acrylic paint and cut out pieces that I do separately.
Cool.
So it's fun.
And how big? It's bigger, right? When you first do it, or
so this is actual size.
Oh,
it's
that
just
is
the print, but my bigger pieces are back there,
okay.
and I'm working on even bigger.
Oh wow.
These days.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, and so do you have a booth in Somerville?
Place in Somerville?
Yeah, like where you do your art.
Just in my house, my home studio.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right in
great.
Lagoon Square. Yeah,
Okay.
so tomorrow I'll be on Booth Central Live.
Okay.
And today it's been great. There's so many people out here. It's
Oh,
been
good.
fantastic. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks so much for coming by.
Okay, bye. So let's see what else there is. Looks like there's a Bridget Design Studio, and she has all kinds of little cutouts. So come down to the armory and you can see them. Let's see. Oh, okay. This person is definitely on Booth Central too. 1 second.
I do earrings and then rings and then like necklaces and last thing I think of.
Hi, I'm with Booth Central. I'm Zoe.
Hi. Genevieve.
You're on Booth Central, right? Or no? You're
No.
Not? Oh, no, you're not.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. But tell us a little bit about your art.
Oh yeah, I just have digital art prints. A lot of these are like mid-century modern antiques, and I've got some greeting cards. These are climbing themed, and these are more general public. And then we've got some silverware over here. It's vintage silverware that's been kind of repurposed into rings and keychains and necklaces.
Oh, great. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, she's at GW Designs.
Yes.
And her
Instagram commander of the universe.
Oh, commander of the universe. So you can't forget that one.
Nope. Yeah, take a business card if you want.
Okay, sure. Yeah, thanks so much. Okay, have a good day.
Oh, I can.
Hi, I'm Zoe. I'm with Booth Central.
Oh, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
What's your name?
Courtney.
Courtney. Are you on Booth Central?
I'm not.
No, that's all right. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about your art here at the Armory?
Yeah, so this is my shop.
It's a lot of
It's a little
windy.
windy out there today. But I make
collage with old photographs, maps, magazines.
Oh wow.
Like to tell little stories.
Oh yeah.
That's fantastic.
Great. What like inspires the stories?
I love the legs and the little dog.
Sometimes it is whatever media I'm consuming at the time, books, poems, movies, TV shows. Other times it's what's happening in my life. Usually it's a combination of both.
Like what's this one?
That one is called You Saw the Whole of the Moon, which is a song that I would recommend everybody check out. It's great. But that one features sort of this couple that's walking off hand in hand into sort of a horizon. And I've sort of left only one line of the text from the page that it's on. Around him, nothing but the sky. And then the wonderful thing was that this madness was shared.
That's so great. Okay, thanks so much. Okay, I'm about to end this live feed and then start another interview with an artist, but I have to call and get them, and so they'll be joining us shortly. Okay, just bear with me.
Hi. I'm here working on a few little cups. I've been making a bunch of these footed cups recently.
Before you begin, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Alicia Fessenden, and my business is Tricopote Designs. Hi, Zoe. It's nice to see you finally. Zoe, are you still there? All right, so I'm.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Just wasn't sure if you were gonna like ask questions or.
yeah. I'll try to. Oops, sorry.
You don't have to. I just wasn't sure what the format was gonna be.
Sorry, I'm trying to get myself removed.
Yeah, this is it's quite a feat to do all this online. Thanks for all your organizing. So I've just been making a whole bunch of these little cups recently. They're made out of porcelain. I mostly throw in porcelain, and just pretty small, delicate, lightweight cups that are, you could drink. I really like to make cocktails. So you could make a cocktail and drink it out of here, or tea, wine. But it's pretty small, so it wouldn't hold much more than a cup. So I just made a whole bunch of them, and I've been working really small lately, focusing mostly on drinking vessels and just thinking a lot about what makes a drinking vessel a nice experience to drink out of. So there's a lot of similarities in these cups, but then there's subtle differences, and sometimes I'm not even aware of the differences when I'm making them, but it's interesting how these tiny little differences can make a big impact in both the aesthetics of the pot and also how it feels in your hand. So I did, a few months ago, I did a stamp making workshop. So I've been stamping my work a lot. I've made a ton of these little stamps that are just fun to use. So this one has little finger dimples, and most of these little cups I've been making have pretty straight sides, but like, even if it's a pretty straight sided cup, it might have like a little bit of a curve to it, or it's like the finger dimples make it have a little bit of a curve to it. Sometimes I like to make it so that they have a little bit of a curve inward at the top. So just these tiny differences make the pot look really different. So this is one that I just finished. I threw this last night, and then I just finished trimming it. So this one is another one that has finger dimples and a stamp. This time I turned the stamp on the diagonal to make it a little more exciting. And then I have two more of these pots that I threw last night that are now at a good stage for finishing the bottom. So you can see like the bottom is just flat right now. So when I'm making them, I make them with a thicker bottom so that way I can create the foot ring. So in order to do that, take this down a little bit so you can see better. First, I have to center it on the wheel. So now I've gotten in the center, and I'm going to use a little bit of clay to fix it in place. And I'm going to use, this is called a trimming tool. So trimming is the stage of making pottery when it's not freshly thrown. So this is annoying that you can't see my face while I'm talking. But it's not all the way dry either. So this pot is bone dry. There's no more moisture in it. It's ready to go into the kiln. This one is what's called leather hard. So it still has some moisture in it. And when I trim it, you can tell that it's at a good moisture level when the trimmings come off like this, like little shavings. If I were to try to trim a bone dry pot, it would just be dust that would come off. And that would be actually not good to breathe. So first I'm going to delineate the foot ring. Circle. And I'm just going to be taking off a bunch of the outside clay. If anyone has any questions, please let me know.
Oh. Hey, can you hear me now?
I can, yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Great, great. So how long have you been in Somerville and doing your pottery?
So I actually am right now at my home studio in Roxbury. Okay. I have a tiny little studio in my apartment, but I've been working since I moved to Boston in 2009. I've been doing most of my clay work at Mud Flat in Somerville. And so now with the pandemic, I'm working at home and then bringing my pots to Mud Flat to fire them. Mud Flat is open, so people can go there to make work, but it's at a limited capacity. So I would only be able to be there half of every term.
Oh, okay.
So just it's easier to be at home, but I'm doing all my glazing and firing still at Mud Flat.
Okay, that's great. Yeah. So are you participating in the outside portion at all of the Mud Flat? No, okay. No. But you're doing the booth central, right? Have you?
Yes.
Have you got people coming over? Have you had people coming chatting with you yet? Or?
I haven't been on there yet, but I will. Okay. Yeah. But there's some really great artists at outside Mud Flat today, so definitely go.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
If people are out and about, go check out their work. Zoe, have you gotten to go out at all?
Well, I happen to be located right now at the Armory, so I went outside and there's some artists, so that was nice to see them. Yeah.
I was at the Armory 2 years ago.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Now it's smaller. I think there's only like 6 or something outside. So just to make sure I put the right Alicia on, you're the tree pot designs.
Yep.
Tricot. How do you say it?
Tricapo.
Tricapo. Sorry. Yeah. That's cute. How'd you come up with the title?
It was I came up with it a really long time ago. And at the time I was I've always loved to knit since I was a kid, but at the time I was doing a lot more knitting, and I was also teaching French. So tricapo is a combination of the French words for knitting and the French word for pottery.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm not telling any knit words, so it doesn't really apply anymore.
Oh well, nobody knows, right? Most people.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm knitting in a clay.
And I'm also not teaching French anymore.
So how long does it take you to make one of those cups?
It's pretty fast to throw it. Maybe 20 minutes. I'm not the fastest thrower. Other people are so good. So maybe 20 minutes to throw, and then another 20 minutes or so to trim it. And then glazing.
Oh, right. That probably takes a while, right?
It doesn't take too long to glaze. I've actually been doing really simple glazes lately. Just Celadon. This it's like a greenish blue color.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like the last few years I've been getting more and more complex with my glazing, and just feeling like my pots will look better if I glaze in really complex ways. But recently I've gone the other direction and been a lot happier with my work. So it's actually really easy to glaze.
Okay, yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
I don't actually enjoy glazing. It's the boring part of the process.
And have you participated in, you said you participated in Somerville Open Studios before, just one time or a bunch?
No, a couple times. 3 years ago, I was in Julie Peck's studio. She's another really great mud flat potter and teacher, and she's selling out of her home studio again this year.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So back when we were able to be indoors together, me and a few other mud flat people joined her in her studio. And then 2 years ago, like I said, I was at the Armory.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So, and do you enjoy being in Somerville, like the artist community and everything?
Mud flat is, Somerville in general is wonderful, and mud flat is a really special place. It's just a great community.
How many artists?
Oh gosh, it's when they do the sales, it's like 95. Artists just who are selling their work there. So it's in the hundreds, the people who, resident artists, the people who have their own studios there, and then people who take classes there. It's definitely
that's great.
100 people. So
that's nice. Yeah.
And just they have. I mean, it's really known. Like they are able to get really great artists to come and do workshops there, and they recently built a soda kiln, or bought a soda kiln, which is it's a different type of kiln. So they have
That's great. Yeah. So you'll be.
Hey, can you hear me now? I can. Yeah. Oh, okay. Great.
Some feedback happening. I don't know why.
Okay. So, what was I going to say? So you do this full time? Your pottery?
No. I'm actually a full-time teacher.
Oh, okay. Teacher in pottery though, or?
No, I teach elementary school, special education, and English as a second language.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So I'm teaching a mix of online and in person. Yesterday, I actually brought my 4th graders on a virtual field trip to my studio.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Like one of the nice things about Zoom school.
Right.
So yeah, I've been teaching for over 10 years. But 2 years ago, I took the year off from teaching and worked full time in pottery. I got this amazing opportunity to go and be an intern at a studio in Bali. And as it turns out, my timing was impeccable because I came back
Oh, yeah.
2 weeks before the shutdown.
Oh, wow, wow.
I was there for 8 months.
That's funny because I was going to ask, I mean, one of my fun questions was if you could go anywhere in the world and have, and you already did that. So good for you.
I want to go back though. It's an amazing place. If anyone,
I bet.
now that things are starting to open up again, if anyone's looking for a great place to visit, Bali is really amazing.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much. And we wish you luck on your sales for Food Central and have a great weekend. And
you too.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. We will have Jason Paulin next. I just have to figure that all out. So there'll be a little bit of a pause.
Greetings, my name is Shole Regna. I am a multimedia artist. My studio is at 6 Vernon Street in Somerville, where I've been creating, teaching, and running my art business for the past 31 years. My work includes sculpture, 2D work, painting, encaustic, monotypes, drawings, and jewelry. I've been teaching art there every week. However, due to pandemic, things have shifted a lot. I did not work very much over the past year, but because of this isolation, I have been making small paintings, doodles that on a daily basis I've been posting them on my Instagram account, which is Shole_Regna_art. Working on an intimate scale such as these has helped me stay in a hopeful mindset. I believe that art can enrich our lives in any scale, especially in isolation. I make jewelry in different media. In porcelain, I create the shapes and glaze them and fire them and incorporate gold and silver in order to infuse them with some pizzazz for some light. And the birch ones, they are the birch jewelry. They are created using acrylic paint. I employ a style of creating paintings by painting on water. Is called Ebru. It's a ancient technique that is similar to printmaking, like making a monotype. Each site is a different design, and so they are reversible. My bird sculptures are ceramic. They are hollow. You can put them anywhere. In fact, I put them on my door frames or window frames. They cheer up my space. You can put a message inside them, a positive one for yourself, or if it's a gift for someone, you can make a personal note and put it in there and make it a keepsake.
Oh, there we go.
Hi, Jason. Welcome to Somerville Open Studios. Can you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your studio?
Sure. First of all, I'm wearing a mask because I have a class going on, which I had planned to have happening. So my name is Jason Pollins, and I am a fine arts painter and a teacher of painting and drawing. And I work out of Joy Street Studios in Somerville. And I paint landscapes, still lifes, portraits, you name it, dogs, cats, living together, mass hysteria, whatever. But I work in oil paint and graphite and charcoal, and you know, I teach classes. And right now my students are kind of quiet. And I'm not going to put them on screen because I don't know if they all want to be. So I'll just keep myself here.
Okay.
But I teach people how to draw and paint, and at any level, it doesn't really matter to me. I accept pretty much everybody who wants to walk in my door and take classes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, as long as there's space, there's the opportunity to learn. And you know, right now classes are a little bit limited, but just because of COVID-19, as is our Open Studios event, this is a fabulous format to figure out. So yeah, that's kind of who I am.
There's really a lot of background noise, so I'm going to mute myself, but can you just talk a little bit more about, like, let me see, like tell us, like, let me see, sorry. It's like so distracting. Yeah, the background noise is so distracting. Like, have you been in Open Studios before, and what has been your experience?
Sure.
I mean, sorry, let me get myself.
Yeah, I've been in my location for 15 years at Joy Street Studios. So I've been participating in Open Studios for that amount of time in Somerville. And it's been tremendous. I mean, it's a little bit different these days just with our current situation. But I kind of like this this online format of presenting myself. You know, it's just kind of fun to do it differently and to see what it's like. Earlier, before you just got in touch, I was just leaving my screen on and checking in every now and then to see if people were showing up. And I probably missed a few people, so sorry if you're watching and I missed you. But you know, people can email me if they want, or
right.
You know, get in touch any way you want.
Yeah, I mean, you must have missed sort of some of the in-person stuff, right? Like,
yeah,
you
for sure.
Yeah.
Like the building I'm in, we're definitely not participating in person. I think there might be a couple of people outside actually, but I haven't been able to go out because you know, I've got my classes going. But Joy Street Studios is at 86 Joy Street and in Somerville, and I mean, certainly look on the map to see. I think there might be a couple of people that are in person outside of the building.
So you're at Joy Street right now?
Yeah, I'm at 86 Joy Street. So.
And how many artists are part of that collaborative?
A great question. So we are all tenants that have been allowed to be in this building. We all have leases. We've been here. The building has been around for 20 years, I think, for this purpose. The building is an old building anyway. But in terms of numbers of different people, creative people in here, last count, I think I had about 110 people in the building that are using studio spaces. Some people are in one room. Some, like myself, I occupy my own studio. And you know, so I'm just one guy in a room teaching classes and doing my own work. So, yeah, and usually there's more participants. I think this year might have been a little bit hit and miss, just the situation, you know.
Yeah, no, it's been different, right?
yeah, but different is good, you know. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Good thing. Yeah.
And so you said you mostly do painting, you said?
I do painting and drawing. I got a little bit of little paintings and stuff I can show you. Like,
oh yeah, well, that's great. Is that a strawberry? I couldn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Strawberry in a cup. This is a sketchbook.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
I do all kinds of things. These are all just little things. A little pear.
Oh, that's sweet, yeah.
Here's some geometry. This is a geometry problem for some people.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. And I'm sure some of the people on Booth Central might be curious. How much would one of those paintings cost? About?
These ones run about 600. So they're about 5x7. A lot of these. I do have on my website. Like you can go to my website and navigate. There's a tab for Somerville Open Studios sale on my website. Ta-da! Oh, these are good ones. I have these tasty treats ones. So this is a maple scone.
Oh, okay. It's a little hard to see, but now I get it.
This is a. I'm trying to get no glare on.
Right. I think I shared on Instagram. You did one where you did like a pie or something, right?
Yeah, that might have been it. Like it's sort of like it's an Irish cream pie, or like a savory scone.
Ooh, yeah, that's nice.
Making everybody hungry. I haven't eaten lunch. So
and you usually just do it from not from your imagination. You actually look at the thing.
Yeah. So everything I do is from life. Let me unplug my iPad for a second. If I run out of battery, I apologize. But
that's right, yeah.
I think can I flip the camera on this? No, I can turn it off. I don't think I can flip it. Oh,
that's all right.
I can sort of show you. So
yeah, we can see. Yeah.
So that brick is So trying to get the camera to go where I want it. There we go. So there's my painting. I am really bad at navigating. Sorry. So that painting is like 8 by 12
Just
inches.
that your thumb is in the way or something.
Sorry,
yeah, there you go. Okay.
So that painting is 8 by 12 inches, and there's the whole thing, kind of not quite square, but then that's the setup right there. You can kind of see it, and both shapes are there. The little bottle underneath the brick, not the black bottle, but the little ceramic bottle, is that little bottle that you see right on the bottom. I'm having trouble navigating.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
So I tend to set things up that are or like for instance, this is sort of a little magnolia, flowers.
Yeah, that's pretty.
That
yeah.
I just went out to the tree and painted.
Mm-hmm.
Whoops, about to drop it. Here's like another one.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty. And so your students, do you teach them how to do oil paint or just?
Yeah, I teach people how to do pretty much all of it, oil painting and drawing. I use 3 different mediums. I use graphite, charcoal, and oil paint. Those are the 3 predominant mediums.
So hi, my name is Seth Berkowitz. I'm an architect and landscape architect, but I also am an artist.
Something happened there. Okay, I think I'm back.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. I was like, is someone asking me a question? So I generally start people out with graphite, which is what some of the students do, and like I can show you actually a funny example of that. So this is a sample drawing. This image is being reproduced in graphite right here. Uh-huh. And so the idea here is to understand how to create that hand in graphite. So I walk people through a process to sort of break down shapes and then recreate them over here and over sort of a series of passes of the drawing.
Oh,
and then, we go from doing something like in the flat to doing something that's in the round and interpreting 3 dimensions into 2 dimensions, that kind of thing. So, and then we progress in different ways.
Let's see.
Figure it out. Yeah.
Just like one last question. So if you could do like an international art exhibit or be like a, you know, like have a, what's it called? Sorry.
Solo show?
Yeah, yeah. Where would you go?
I think I might want to have like a solo show at like the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, Italy. One of the most historic and significant museums in a way, or maybe the Louvre, you know, but they don't really do those kinds of things, either of them. Maybe I'd break the mold.
Sanitize, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be the first. That would be perfect for me. You know, something like that would be like remarkable. So I think that would probably. I think I could die after that. I don't want to, but you know.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah. That would probably just be such a pinnacle. I don't know what else to do. You know? And just sort of sit still for the rest of my life and just look off into the sunset permanently. Yeah, so you know, I mean.
So and can you just remind people? Do you have a website? And if you do, what is the website?
Absolutely, thank you. So my website is my name. It's jasonpollins.com, and I actually have two websites. If I can shout out the other one. Mm-hmm. The other website that I have is called pollinsatelier.com.
Oh, okay. I'm about to put up your Somerville Open Studios profile webpage. Because that probably has everything, right?
Yeah, I put my links in there.
Okay.
And, especially in the extended information bit.
Great. And of course, everyone can visit Jason's booth in Booth Central. So today and tomorrow from 12 to 6 tomorrow. So thanks so much, Jason, and have a good day.
You too, Zoe. Thank you a lot.
Okay. Bye. So again, we're going to just do a little bit of a pause, and I'm going to show again videos of of people that did artist videos.
I work mostly in watercolor and mixed media, marker, transparent pen, pastel. I do a variety of work. I do a lot of figure drawing, landscape. Most of what's here is local images, but also done abstractly.
Yeah, I noticed.
Just mostly, there's a lot of variety here right now.
Yeah, so what inspires you as an architect? I see a lot of buildings and structures and things, but I also see you also do human form.
Yeah, I do. Well, I teach figure drawing and freehand drawing, so a lot of that informs my other work. There's a lot of drawing involved in. Right, mostly I try to marriage drawing with painting. So there's a marriage between the line work and the transparency of the watercolor and the marker. And there's no specific style necessarily that I have. I like some of the more abstract stuff. I do a lot of composition search. And then I have a little bit of a plan that I do there. And some stuff I just start sketching and it just comes about, the composition and design develops on its own. And then some of it's just figure drawing, where it's a layering process of doing some gesture drawing and some other types of drawings over it, and then applying watercolor as just a wash to add tone.
Okay. So how do you decide how abstract to go? Is there a point where you say too far, or?
Well, usually I have a little bit of an idea about what. Usually I have like a focal area of what I want to emphasize, and then I start from there and my way out, and then some of it just happens. I'll do a lot of stepping back and looking at the work and judging what I want to emphasize, what I want to de-emphasize, and It just, I don't know, when is a painting done? I don't know. Exactly, that's the age-old question, right?
And how do you feel about coming back to Open Studios after 2020?
It's good. It feels a little different.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, David. Can you give us a little bit of an introduction about who you are and how long you've been in Somerville, and what your main artwork is and all that? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Hold on 2 seconds. Let me get you all so I'm looking in the right camera. Because this. All right. Hi. Okay. Hold on a second. So it's catching up. It's a little bit lagging. All right. Do you still hear me?
Yes, we do.
All right, great. So my name is David, and I've been here in Somerville now for about 6 years, I guess. And this is the fifth year I'm participating with this whatever the studio, the Open Studios, and I don't know what else where I'm at. Hold on a second. Sorry, my technical stuff is throwing me off now. It's really hard because it's lagging.
You're fine. Don't worry about the streaming. Just
Okay.
do it, and it'll
Okay.
catch.
Yeah. So I'm a photographer, mixed media painter, artist living here in Somerville, and my work is I don't know. I don't know. You're give me a question. Give me a question. It'd be much easier for me to take it from there.
Yeah. So, do you enjoy living in Somerville? What's the artist community like?
Yeah, I dig it. I dig it a lot. I mean, originally I was I'm born and raised in New York, so I'm from New York City, and I went to school here in the early '90s, '91 to '95. I went to the
Where?
museum school.
Oh, okay.
The School Museum of Fine Arts,
Mm-hmm.
which was fantastic. I love that school.
Okay.
And then I came back here about 5-6 years ago. My partner got a job in Boston, so we moved here.
So what was your major? Just for people that might not know.
Well, when I started there, I my first year I thought I was going to be making films. That was I was a year out of high school. I went to art school and I wanted to make films. And I quickly realized the amount of work and money that went into being able to produce films was way out of my capabilities. So I stuck with a similar genre, and I was started delving more into photography and painting, which was great about the museum schools, that you didn't really have to get locked into a specific a media, and you could bounce around a lot, which was great. But so then I kind of landed on photography mostly and painting, and started working mixed media from there. And yeah, and then after school, I went back to New York, lived there for about 20 years, and then came back here. And it's quite a shift, but I do dig Somerville a lot because it does have it does, you know, have a good community of artists. It's supportive and thriving. And the difference between Boston and New York, I always noticed, was you know, New York does have a certain amount of sort of arrogance to it that Boston doesn't have. You know, when it comes to supporting the scene, especially in music, I found the music scene in Boston to be very, very supportive and tight. And so I like that about Boston and about Somerville. Somerville's nice. Everybody's just very, you know, open-minded. It's not quite as,
nice.
you know, cold and, you know, standing around like this and stuff. So I
Can you
dig
tell
that.
us a little bit about your art? Like, what's with the painting right next to you?
Well, this guy, well, this is part like of. I do work in photo and in sculpture and in painting, and I bounce around a lot. Process is really, I guess, my thing. It's hard to just pick one medium for me. I like to work in different medias a lot. This particular group of work I started maybe about 10 years ago, of people eating houses. It was just something that just kind of happened, right? And over the years, I've just been, you know, producing more and more different images. This one was shot probably about 7 years ago. And then there's another person eating a house over here, which was shot in 2019. So there's a wide range of time between doing this ongoing project of people eating houses.
How'd you come up with that theme again? Like,
you know, a lot of times when I'm doing photo shoots, I will have some general ideas of props and some sketches. And I also collect, you know, a lot of, I'm a hoarder and I collect lots of weird little things like old train sets houses. This is like HO scale stuff, which I really enjoy. And I just had the idea because I started doing photographs of people sitting on houses, and I would build houses and have people sit on them, and then just you know, sitting there on top of houses, contemplating or whatever. And then I started thinking about people sitting on houses, eating houses. You know, I also get into the idea of meta a lot. I enjoy that. And that just kind of stuck. It was one of those ideas that stuck. You know?
That's great. Yeah. It sort of seems. I remember in college, I took a class where we talked a lot about postmodern. It's like that genre, right? Like trying to mix things and mix.
Well, you know, I try to go with the unconscious stream as much as possible when doing the work. I know it's rooted from somewhere. I know I'm pulling inspiration from a lot of different places.
Right. And I saw your video that you started doing things with videos or something
yeah, well, making videos. like I said, you know, I started doing film. Film was always something I was very into, and I enjoyed making films when I was in school. But at that point in my life, the amount of collaboration that was necessary, I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't set like to be involved in large projects that included a lot of people, because film just sometimes demands that. And so, God, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
The video games.
Oh, the videos. Yes. And so making videos is something I really enjoy doing, and it's a great way to do promotion for the stuff without like trying to make ads without it being advertisements. And the video that I did about the video game thing, the sprites, is that the one you're speaking of?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That happened actually because when I get stuck on or blocked or something, I try to focus in on origins of things that especially bring me joy. You know, and when the pandemic hit, one of the main things I noticed was that I lost the capability to really channel joy to create work. I could not think of what was going on. There was no way of getting around it. A lot of times making art is a good way to sort of block everything out and you know, work through, process the whatever is happening. But the pandemic was just too overwhelming, and I wasn't able to paint, I wasn't able to draw. And so I started trying to really hone in on some of the things from my past through childhood that brought me joy. And one of those things were video games. I always loved playing video games since I was a kid, grew up in the 80s and playing Atari and then Nintendo and video arcades and all that. I was doing, incidentally, I was doing a live streaming sort of TV show. To sort of another side effect was I lost, connection with people, everybody, not where we weren't interacting enough. So I started doing this live streaming thing at 1:11 every day PM. It was like a drawing show called Open to Suggestion, which was similar to Bob Ross crossed with this other guy, John Roberts, who used to do this lot like drawing while somebody's reading from a book. So it was like a game show where I would just, go live, set up a blank drawing, and I'd start drawing and have people tell me what to draw. It was open to suggestion because I was out of ideas. I thought, okay, I'm just going to collaborate because collaboration is something I like to do. And then I was trying to come up with different ways, like a video game came up because I wanted to make a game show where people could guess the video game sprite I was painting as I was painting it, and they win a prize. I sent them handmade postcards. And then I got really into the idea of that, and it just developed into this whole idea of blocks of colors that were then triggering joy. It just went to simplify as all the way down to just these blocks of color and shapes and form that sort of reinvigorated me and gave me some triggers of joy. So that was, I used the video games to do that.
That is nice. And can you show us some of that?
Yeah, actually, let me pull out from here. I have a folder. Let's see what I got. If I have any of those available. I wish I had those ready for you.
Oh, that's okay. Or just throw us something else that you think is interesting. Like I see the mountain one in the background over there on the right. Yeah.
This guy? Well,
Yeah.
another thing that I'm obsessed with is the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel has been something that I've been since I was a kid. I have one of my very first memories of art where I remember coming online and reacting to art was a book that my parents had. I was going through, I must have been 6 years old or something like that. And I found a book of Peter Bruegel, the elder, and it has the Tower of Babel and the Triumph of Death and all this stuff. And I just remember seeing these things and they really impacted me, just really stuck in my craw and never lost it. And then probably around 2009 or 10 or something like that, I started to paint towers, piles of things. I always like piles of things. I collect things. I like to make things in stacks and in piles. So I started just making these towers over and over and over and over and over. And then after about 8 years of that, I decided to try to recreate the exact same tower that I remember as a kid. So I copied the tower exactly how it was. And it just blew my mind that I was doing it completely different the whole time. And then it just opened my mind up to do further with these towers. And this tower is a combination, this weird shape is also the comment. I do a lot of,
Can you
the
bring
wave.
that closer or the camera closer so we can see that one?
This guy? Well, this guy, you could bring a little bit closer. Oh, God. The Japanese hakusai, woodblock print, the famous one of the tsunami wave.
Oh.
It's kind of like a nod to that.
Okay.
And this one is like towers in the waves, so it's
yeah. So was
cities
this
inside.
all oil painting or?
No, it's acrylics
sorry.
and pencil and carbon transfers.
Oh.
Which is a process I love. Ugh. And the shape is also the same shape of, I've been, I have this shape stuck in my head since I was a kid too, because it's the same shape of a driveway of the house where I grew up on. So it's just one of those cone things. I keep repeating it over and over in work. It's just one of those things stuck in my head. So I'll do silly, abstract stuff, whatever. you know, but I just keep repeating these shapes.
Oh, okay.
And my house was on a long driveway that curved over. So this is another shape that's like stuck in my subconscious that I just keep repeating over and over and over in drawings. And
photos, the ones with the person eating the house.
Yes.
Is that like just a friend, or do you hire models, or just curious?
She's a friend. You know, a lot of times over the years, models have either been, you know, I would solicit them through friends mostly. A few times, you know, people would contact me if they liked my work and wanted to model, or if I saw somebody online, I could contact them and see if they'd be willing to do some modeling. But yeah, over the years, you know, just running into other creative types and people who are interested in modeling. And then one of my models is actually it's my niece. This is a picture of her here eating a house.
That's great. And what does it say in front of the picture? There's a little.
Oh, from this? Oh,
yeah.
I just said I told people to leave their email in the chat if they wanted to be on my mailing list.
Oh, okay.
So it's nothing too
Yeah.
too informative. But like for instance, see this drawing?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
So,
yeah. Is that
this drawing was it was before I did this painting. So like I'll do stacks and stacks of drawings all the time on lots of little pieces of paper, because I like to get like the initial, even something as simple as this, just to get an idea flowing, to see how like form and shape and color, you know, straight from the unconscious without thinking about it too much. And then I'll overwork it, you know, and before like it becomes like something like that.
That's great. Great.
Just work it out like that.
Yeah, that's nice. And so I forgot where's your studio again?
My studio is my studio's at home, and I'm in Davis Square in Somerville.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah,
so
it's all right.
You've had it the whole time. You haven't had to not be there. That's good.
That's good, but it's also, you know, overwhelming.
Oh.
You know, I've been kind of like, I'm a social person for sure, but I'm also, you know, I like to stay in and work all the time. And in New York, it wasn't so much a problem because New York was kind of like a, you know, how people coming in and out, you know, and people come into town and pass through. I have a lot of friends, you know, around the world that, you know, Boston is not a major hub for a lot of people when they're coming through. So I lost some of that social stuff going on. So I'm become more reclusive. And after the pandemic, it really just, you know, was, it just exponential how little interaction was going on. So it was a bit much. It was a bit claustrophobic.
Yeah, but now that it's opening up, you're going to be able to see more people.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping so. You know, I got my first boost, and I'm looking forward to my second one, so I could then, you know, start doing the rounds, see my family, because my family's back in New York. I don't get much chance to see my folks and my sister and stuff. So I'm looking forward to catching up with everybody, and you know, a big part of inspiration I get is from traveling. You know, if I'm stuck inside here with my head all the time, I start repeating myself too much. I need to get out there, you know, and fill my tanks.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Someone was asking here because there's a bunch of artists outside, so I was just explaining that. Well, okay. Final question.
Sure.
If you could do an art show internationally or be a solo artist internationally, what country would you choose?
Well, right now, anywhere. I'll take anywhere because, frankly, I've been working with for the past 15 years or so. I've been showing mostly my galleries based in Berlin, so I'm used to being able to travel. But since the pandemic, you know, the gallery's been opening and closing and closing. Germany's really got a serious problem, a lot of lockdown.
Yeah.
So right now, I would go anywhere, but if a place of my dreams, I'd like to spend some time in Venice because it really sort of touches on a lot of architectural stuff.
Jason, the artist before you, also said this.
Yeah, I mean, two things. I want to get there before it's completely underwater, and a lot of these sort of like architectural works, if you go to my website and you'll see I have a section where I just do architecture. It's a lot of these piles of houses and like the Babels. And a lot of the scenes in Venice look like, I mean, that's what it looks like for real. So I'd like to spend some time around those buildings.
Great. Okay. Well, hopefully someday.
Soon enough. I have faith, and you got to be somewhat optimistic and cautiously so. But
I just posted on the side David's website, so please visit that and also visit his Booth Central site and check it out and say hi.
yeah, I'm sitting here doing drawings of stumps all day. This is my thing.
And
so
he'll
drawing
be
stumps
here today till 6 and then tomorrow 12 to 6. So on Central, so check him out. Thanks so much. And
thank you, Zoe. Thanks for all the work. I really appreciate you going through all this and getting it done for us.
All right, sure.
I'll see you.
See you later. Oops.
And I am showing you here one of my new kinetics. So we're making the smallest shape and build it. And then if you look inside, the reason that it turns is because the internal shape is not held in place inside, but just has these little corners to keep it from falling out, but allow it to move independently. So I start with the smaller and then just keep getting bigger and moving it out so that it moves each independently of as you can see, so just during this pandemic, with not a lot of practice for selling and showing jewelry, I decided to make some small scale sculpture, which has always been an interest of mine, but I always felt like I needed to make what would sell at whatever next jewelry event, so it gave me time to kind of think that through. So I've been inspired by fractals, which are repeating patterns that repeat infinitely. So if you look like right here, you'll see it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Of course, metal, it can't be because the metal gets a piece of paper, you could just continue to make smaller, smaller, smaller infinitely. So that's called. So I've been making these fractals, and it developed from there into a three-dimensional version, and then bigger, and I'm intending it to be everybody. My name is Pauline Lim, and I'm an artist based at Brick Bottom Artist Building down the street in Somerville. Here's my booth for Somerville Open Studios over in Summer Nova on Dane Street.
And talk a little bit about what your art is and how you come up with the ideas and how it evolved over time.
And inspirations for my artwork. I really love and I try to write down my dreams. So sometimes I'll just start with the background. This year especially, I started with a lot of travel photos. In lockdown, I took photos of my trip to Oxford, and I really sort of myself into something again. And then I would superimpose sort of how I'm feeling. I don't have any animals at home because I'm allergic to pets. I love animals. I really them in my observations of animals. So someone asked me, do you have pets? And I said, I wish I did. I can't.
Your use of text is interesting.
I always have to put in words. I find that for me, I just feel like they give you an entree into the image. Sentiment first, but oftentimes it'll be at the end. I'll look at a picture and say, like, I really need to put a slogan on here. And some people don't like that at all. But you know, it depends on what you want to. It's the way your brain is structured. Some people really like it, and it helps them to enter the. It depends on who you are.
Using mosaic.
Oh yes.
Talk a little bit.
Yes, I went to a mosaic workshop at the Somerville Museum when they had their annual mosaic show, which I highly recommend to people because it's amazing. And I got totally turned to just the process of it. I thought it was really fun. I loved getting my hands dirty and clipping the tiles and sticking them on there, and then there was a whole of covering them with grout and then revealing it all, scratching away the stuff. It felt very much like doing dental hygiene. It was really fun.
All right, thank you.
Okay, enjoy. Have a great weekend, everyone. Come on out.
Hi, I'm Melissa Glick, and I have been making sculpture with disassembled computer parts for about 8 years, sorry. I got a studio at the Artisans Asylum 12 years ago, and it's a great place to work because there are a lot of engineers there who bring in some very unusual pieces that you don't so the best parts come from old computers, and you know, I open up a lot of computers and find some very unusual parts. Like this piece here is a blue stator. Usually this is copper colored, and here's a red one. And you know, generally boards are green, but here we have a beautiful blue, baby blue. And
how do you decide the composition? Like, how does that come about?
Things just like I see connections with them. Like this background is a painting by Leger, which I cut up and sort of, it's like puzzle pieces. And when I saw some of these pieces together, it just a direct connection. Like this is square with 2 holes, and it looks just like this piece. And so I just work with them. I see a lot of connections. Like here, this piece, this image, and this piece really connect. And
Well, how did you start coming about doing this?
so my dad worked at Raytheon in the 60s, and he loved to bring home things. And I just, I'm very visual. I see the beautiful colors and shapes and patterns, and my imagination just sees connections and brings things together. So like this piece has the Botticelli Venus, and her hair is so red, and it looks just like the copper in the pieces. And then I gave her a necklace.
Hi, my name is Adam Atkinson. This weekend is Open Studios here in Somerville, and I will be in my studio here. I'll be painting, I'll be creating illusion, and I'll be performing acts of prestidigitation. Well, no, that's magic. Okay. All right. Well, I won't be performing magic, but I will be painting. I'll be painting 6 hours a day, both Saturday and Sunday. I will be here in my studio, so come by. Stop, say hi, ask questions. You can see my different techniques and how I work. Yeah, feel free, and maybe I'll learn some magic before Saturday, and even maybe see me pull a rabbit out of a hat. No, can't do that. Okay, well, we'll see. See you on Saturday. Bye.
Hi, I'm Alison Sebastian. I'm a painter working out of my home studio in Somerville, Massachusetts. I've been painting for over a decade, and in college I focused on book cover illustration. For the last 7 years, I've explored painting more expressively using vibrant colors, abstract forms, and larger canvases. I enjoy the process of mixing paint colors. Looking at bright colors often elevates my mood, and flowing shapes feel soothing. I'm pleased when I create images that are engaging to look over and over. One of my most recent paintings is an octopus floating underwater. After exploring paintings for years, I'm going back to an illustration with the creature. Floats before the viewer as if curious. The exaggerated purple of the octopus's skin creates the green. When I'm not painting, I'm frequently sewing. The last 5 years, I've been focused on sewing clothing for myself and my friends. I've always loved dressing up in costumes, and my motive for sewing my own clothes is rooted in a desire to create wearable items that I can't buy in a store or fit me better. I enjoy the puzzle of drafting patterns for custom garments. My clothing, tops and pants to wear at summer festivals and club nights, one-of-a-kind patchwork sweaters to cozy up around a campfire, and comfy everyday dresses. A particularly exciting sewing project has been a dress featuring custom printed fabric of my painting Flowing Growth. I find the fit and flare silhouette to be very flattering and have used several iterations to refine my favorite dress pattern. To make this dress a reality, I uploaded a high-resolution photograph of my original painting to Spoonflower, and they printed the artwork onto the fabric. When cutting out the dress pieces, I lined up the bottom of the painting on the skirt, mirroring the pattern at the seams. And for the bodice, I lined up the seams so that the image would look as smooth as possible. In the works, I have several clothing
are the birch jewelry. They are created using acrylic paint. I employ a style of creating paintings by painting on water. Is called Ebru. It's a ancient technique that is similar to printmaking, like making a monotype. Each site is a different design, and so they are reversible. My bird sculptures are ceramic. They are hollow. You can put them anywhere. In fact, I put them on my door frames or window frames. They cheer up my space. You can put a message inside them, a positive one for yourself, or if it's a gift for someone, you can make a personal note and put it in there and make it a keepsake.
Hey, hi, hello everyone. My name is Nathaniel DeBerry and I'm an artist living here in Somerville, Massachusetts. And this spring I'll be participating in Somerville Open Studios. Yes, it is back. Woo! May 1st and May 2nd. Now, May 1st, I'll be hosting my art at 1 Powderhouse Terrace, Somerville, Massachusetts. And if it rains, we will host the event on May 2nd. But both days will also be virtual at Booth Central, where you can pop in, see my art, talk to me if you want, and I hope to see you there.
These are some glitter portraits I started doing this year. The top one is finished. It's made up of glitter, paint, and resin, and I'm hoping the resin will help preserve the glitter so it doesn't tarnish over time. And it's just really fun because there's so many different types of glitter pieces in there. So fun. Come see it in person. And this one I am working on. I'm hoping to have finished, but we shall see. Because I also have this wedding arch commission that's due in 2 weeks. Woo! So I am working feverishly on it. It's supposed to look like a South Korean palace. So I'm getting to play with all these different patterns. It's been so much fun puzzling them together with architecture. Very excited for that. And here's some little sketches I've done to help push me forward. Here the colors are going to look similar to this. Ooh, yeah. And this is a cutout I'll be hopefully using this summer. And this is a cutout from last summer from Puppies Are Forever. And I'm hoping to redo that again. So yes, please stop by and see all these things, hopefully.
And I know you're dying to see the back of this jacket. Bum, 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 bum. Wow. So yes, come see my art, see this jacket in person maybe. All right.
I'm Alex Pham, and I'm a collage artist. I haven't really considered myself a visual artist until more recently. I'm a musician, singer-songwriter, and that's always been my main creative endeavor and practice. Since the pandemic, though, I really wasn't feeling as creatively inspired musically in the beginning, and I really got into collaging. I had done some mixed media art before that, using twigs, leaves, and I've made some stop motion videos using natural elements. But I really started using recycled magazines more recently. It is really satisfying to cut up advertisements in magazines and use those to create something that is not targeted at selling a product. Most of my art represents nature. Some of it is kind of whimsical or fantasy-like in nature. I like fairies and that sort of thing. My visual art is very tied to my music, so I tend to have my instrument right nearby me and I'll play a little bit of music, do some songwriting, and then do a little bit of collaging and go back and forth, and I really like having that process of both of those things ongoing together. And right now I'm working on recording my second album, and I'm also working on a collage art exhibit that has one collage that goes with each song on the album. So stay tuned for that. If you want to stay in the loop about my music and my art and the upcoming album and exhibit, you can subscribe to my email list. You can do that on my website. You can also follow me on social media.
This is Arm at the Armory, taking a look at what's going on here. It's open for Home Studios live in person and on virtual on Blue Central. It's open for another couple hours today, and then tomorrow it's Blue Central. So if you have a little bit of time, you can get here. It's worth it. Also, check out the artists on Blue Central. All right, thank you.
Hi, my name's Josephine Turalba. So my studio is here at the Mad Oyster on Pearl Street in Somerville. And this is for the Somerville Open Studios 2021. And I have a studio also overseas. My practice is between two cities, Manila and Boston. I'm also an art educator. My practice spans several mediums. I do sculpture, 2D and 3D works as well. So I have these works. So this one is made out of leather and empty shotgun shells. And this is a story of two women talking over a couple of tobaccos. And this is another one of those works, again made out of empty bullet shell shotgun casings. These are also leather works, all in leather and shotgun shells, a mix.
I have a nomadic relationship to various forms of media, including performance, installation, video, photography, tapestry, and painting. It allows me to explore my obsessions with socio-political narratives, myths, and personal histories. Here are some prints which I made using collagraph techniques and photopolymer plates. And I also have a few small paintings, acrylic with charcoal and oil stick paints, and some mixed media on paper. My website is www.josephineturalba.art. FB and IG, Josephine Turalba.
Hello,
Welcome to the Beads Without End virtual booth for Somerville Open Studios 2021. We are Beads Without End, a small women's co-op. I'm Catherine Black.
I'm Martha Forsyth.
I'm Pat Iverson. And we make jewelry and other things, mostly using bead crochet and any other technique we feel like doing. We will be set up as a physical booth at 14 Gussie Terrace on Saturday and Sunday from noon to 6.
Weather permitting.
Weather permitting, indeed.
Yes, outside under a tent.
So we'd be happy if you can come by and give us a visit. So bead crochet, what is that?
So what is bead crochet? Well, you take your teeny tiny beads and you string them on a strong, non-rotting polyester thread till you have enough. And then you use your tiny crochet hook and crochet them into a fabric tube. This one is not long enough yet. You see it's pretty stretchy, but eventually it will stretch to go around my wrist. We've had people look at them and say, oh, they must all be for kids. Doesn't look very big, does it? Well, just goes on there without pushing. But if I push it, don't even have to push very hard till I get down to here. I can take it right off there. The stretch is all in the stitch in the fabric.
And the other thing, what people often don't realize when they look at a bracelet, it's like the cookie jar, you know, it has to go over your hand. That actually goes around my wrist. Problem is getting over the hand. And because these are flexible and somewhat stretchy, it just rolls over the big part of your hand. And then let's say they don't all have to be the same size to be happy together. You know, there's a range of what's big enough to go on without hurting and small enough not to fall off in ordinary living.
So we make mostly bracelets and earrings, but we also do necklaces. I make necklaces and earrings out of real coins. Martha makes hula hoops. Pat does traditional rug hooking. And we do a number of other things as we feel like it.
Yes, we make jewelry using beads other than seed beads. Use, you know, wire work, metalworking techniques, anything that inspires us, or anything we want badly enough to make that we figure out how to do it.
We can also do custom work, designed to your specs, your colors, and we do fixes, alterations. I can make your earrings clip because I don't have pierced ears. So again, we will be at 14 Gussie Terrace, noon to 6, both Saturday and Sunday. We'd love to see you. Thanks very much.
We'll also be manning the virtual booth.
So drop in. Thanks. Bye.
Hello. Today I'm going to show you how to carve a simple puppet head. In this case, a bird. We're going to be using floral foam, which is inexpensive and readily available at most craft stores. People use it for, well, displaying flowers. But we're going to use it as a carving medium, and we're going to use a standard, if old, hacksaw blade. Hacksaw blades are useful because, in this case, you really can't cut yourself. We begin with a couple of simple cuts, making 2 basic mountains, and then another cut underneath. You have to make sure you hold the piece firmly, and this is especially true with kids. But again, what's nice about a hacksaw blade is that neither yourself or your kids are going to cut yourself. And with just one tool, we can do it, but in fact, we can use another tool, our hands. The nice thing about floral foam is it's readily sandable with just your hands, and your hands don't even have to be that rough, as mine normally are. You can use your hand, most of your hand, just as you would a sanding block, taking off the rough edges. And what's nice again about floral foam is that since it's heavier than air, the pieces will fall to the work surface. Now, that's the top base of maybe a bird. Let's do the lower beak. Again, using a hacksaw, holding your piece firmly, take off one piece. And then another. Kind of a dipping eye. But again, the front end of a beak is kind of pointed. So 2 more cuts. Get you a leaning tower. And again, use your hands to just smooth off those rough edges. There we go. That begins to look like perhaps a toucan. Well, perhaps just a toucan in a cartoon. It's always at this point that I like to encourage kids to see beyond just what they're making and try to visualize the final product. Here it's nice too that you can use your fingernails to really cut into the material. It's very soft. And you can, at this point, do as much fine detail work as you want. It's always here that one begins to really see what the final thing is going to look like. Yeah, an upper and lower jaw. But if he's going to talk, he needs a place for a tongue. Both the lower palate and the upper palate. And it's always nice to knock off the residual dust every now and again. Looks good, but clearly is missing something, perhaps some nostrils. And again, here you can do as much detail as you want, but it's still missing something. In this case, eyes, definitely eyes. And here's where a standard ping pong ball is useful. Ping pong balls, of course, you can buy at any grocery store. And you can use the ping pong ball itself to really dig into the floral foam. Create a nice socket, and of course, you want to do one on the other side. Symmetry with a puppet is important. And here's where a kid really begins to see what they're making. Put in a little thing. Let's see, and of course, what an eye needs is a pupil. And in this case, you can use a small wooden button. And suddenly an eye takes shape. And this is when a kid really knows that they've made something. But this is kind of soft. So if they're going to make a puppet that is hard, you want to coat it with paper mache, just standard wallpaper paste and flour. And you got something very hard, standing up to anything, any drama that a child will throw at it. And that's about it. That's all. I hope you enjoyed the video and keep creating.
Have you heard that saying, think globally and act locally? When I was a teenager in 1990, I learned about the threat of global warming and that preserving forests was important to remove carbon from the atmosphere. So I teamed up with other teens to raise money to contribute to the worldwide fundraising effort among children and teens of 44 countries that led to the creation of the Children's Eternal Rainforest Preserve in Costa Rica. To this day, it is the largest private reserve of rainforest in Costa Rica, maintained by the nonprofit Monteverde Conservation League. Because of that early experience, I learned respect for the delicate balance of Earth's life-sustaining ecosystems. Fast forward 25 years. As an artist, I create artworks that explore the relationship between humans and the natural world. I'm Ivana Damian George, interdisciplinary artist, and I believe that art has the power to raise awareness and connect to people's hearts in a way that can inspire change. Do you agree with that philosophy?
My name is Jason Pollins. I am a fine arts painter, and I also teach painting and drawing out of my studio at Joy Street Studios. I also enjoy using Instagram a lot to promote my work. So some of these small videos that you see are attempts at me trying to share my experience of creating something with the public and giving them an idea of what I do and behind the scenes of what I do. I like to show a little bit of process through the videos that I create for Instagram, as well as for my students who can see process develop in a series of educational videos. I paint because I'm driven by the beauty of nature and our world that we've created as humans on it. I look for narrative and metaphor in the subjects that I choose, whether they be people, places, still lives, you name it. I love to use oil paint, charcoal, and graphite predominantly to create the works that I produce. And I also enjoy things like pen, gouache, some watercolor, clay, plasticine. I sometimes do sculpt as well as paint and draw. This year for Open Studios, I will be participating virtually, which means that you will be able to tune in and observe my studio in action. On Saturday morning and afternoon, I will be streaming some of my classes that occur, which means that you will observe students working and me talking to students, and even me demonstrating some drawing or painting technique. So please tune in, check it out, and get in touch.
Hello and greetings from HB Illustrations. My name is Heather Balchunas and welcome to my studio preview for this year's Somerville Open Studios 2021. I create my art at Vernon Street Artist Studios in Somerville, Mass. As an illustrator, I'm drawn to whimsical themes and inspired by the natural world. My current Colorful Critter series combines the mediums of watercolor and pen and ink. While drawing is my first love, I do like to branch out and explore other processes such as sculpture, murals, puppetry, and more. To find out more about my work, you can visit hbillustrations.com. Thank you so much for watching and hope to see you soon.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adam LaFay. I'm a painter working out of the historic Brick Bottom Artist Building located just outside of Union Square in Somerville. Thank you for coming today to check out my work at this year's Somerville Open Studios. I paint whatever I like. So I do landscapes, cityscapes, oceanscapes. I do boats, flowers, pretty houses, trucks, fruit, crystals, candy, junk food, junk, strip malls, meat, ugly houses, tractors, bodegas, bread, seashells, donuts, my recycling, my junk food, my leftovers, my tuna fish, my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, my fluffernutter sandwich, my pie, my dirty laundry, my dirty dishes, and sometimes my work is about memory and nostalgia and creating a sense of place, especially my landscapes. Sometimes it's about the seduction and distraction of packaging and shiny things. And oftentimes it's simply a record or a diary or a little postcard of a place that I have visited. I'm always trying to find the stuff that is beautiful and interesting in whatever I'm painting. You know, even if the subject isn't a conventionally pretty object. You know, there's a certain beautiful stillness in an old abandoned house, or how the light reflects off of a crumpled up old tin can. That's what I'm always trying to show the viewer. I paint primarily from life. In the studio, I set up my objects and I paint them right here at my easel. And my landscapes are mostly painted plein air, which means that I set up on site and paint what's right in front of me. Yes, most of my paintings are for sale. Please reach out to me via my contact page and we can chat about the details. You can follow me on Instagram for my most up-to-date work, and you can check out my website at adamsartwork.me. That's all the time that I've got for today. Thank you for coming to Open Studios. I hope you enjoy the rest of your visit to the other artists, and I hope you enjoy my work.
Hi, I'm Steve Pomeroy. I'm an engineer and artist based in Somerville, Massachusetts. I work with a bunch of different mediums, but you could probably categorize most of my works as sculpture. I often incorporate digital electronics and use computer-controlled fabrication techniques such as laser cutting and 3D printing. I'm really excited about making art that's interactive or that's dynamic in time. One of the ways I've been exploring this is by working with light using LEDs and lasers. Light's an amazing medium that's both highly technical and also so fundamentally tied to visual art. When you're working with light, you're directly creating the photons that people see. It's elemental. It also lets you create works that can change appearance dynamically. One of my most recent works is a firefly nightlight. My nightlights work much like any other nightlights would, except that I made it exactly the way I've always wanted. You can control the brightness and color of its light. It's got a high quality motion detector, and it only turns on when it's dark. It's also battery powered and lasts over a year on normal AA batteries, so you can put it pretty much anywhere. The nightlight exists in a somewhat niche space where it's both functional and a decorative artwork. I've been calling this bespoke electronics, handmade one-of-a-kind objects that also help out a little around the house. I also created a small product line of pins and earrings with designs that are intended to bring delight to those who wear and see them. I've brought some of my favorite icons of the digital world into the physical world. In the works, I've got an ambitious interactive project that combines lasers, music, and eventually fire. By adjusting mirrors around the perimeter of the piece, participants can direct laser beams to hit light reactive targets, which trigger drum sounds. This lets participants collaboratively create drum patterns. A couple of the targets will also trigger fireballs, of course, at least for places where it's possible to shoot fireballs in the air. Hopefully I'll be able to get all the details of this project finished up soon so that people can play with lasers, fire, and make weird drum beats together. I'm really excited to share my projects with you. Thanks for stopping by. Please don't hesitate to ask any questions about my works or process.
Hi, everyone. Next, we will have Thea Paneth. I will be inviting her to a stream. Just one second. Here we go. Hi, Thea. You're live on stream with us.
Hi, Zoe.
Can you give us a little bit about who you are and how long you've been in Somerville and what kind of artist you are?
Sure. I'm Thea Paneth. I have been at my Central Street studio in Somerville since 1986. So it's almost, it might be, I think it's more than half my life at this point. So that's a pretty big deal to me, my commitment to the work and to Somerville and my studio mates. And so grateful to have studio mates to share our space with, and sorrowful that we can't be there this year, but we're hoping to be able to be there next year.
Yeah. How many SOS have you been a part of?
Oh, since the beginning. So all 23, although a couple of times I've had like emergencies or other things and I've missed one day of it. But I've done all of them. And I always set up an art table for kids in our common space. And
Oh, nice.
yeah, it works really well. The parents like it. They can leave their kids for a little while sometimes and walk around and come back. Their
So
kids are
tell us
bored.
about your studio. Is it at your house or is it somewhere else?
I'm at Central Street Studios right across from the Somerville Museum.
Oh, okay, great, great. And you've been there the whole time, the whole 20 years, or?
I've been there 30 something years.
Wow.
Since
Oh,
19.
wow. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, long time.
And tell us a little bit about your art.
Well, I approach it mostly, I'm trying to communicate an idea combined with a feeling for the work. And I suggest people go to my website and you'll see all the years of work there. I do a lot of birds. Birds to me are emotional states, reflecting emotional states. And lately, I've been really interested in making birds that are flying free on the canvas. Often in the past, they've been more contemplative. I do political artwork occasionally, looking at American history and its failures in many ways, or its cruelties. I have a lot of paintings looking at the settling of the West and the violence, and looking at ways to maybe try to transform that, not only creatively, but I'm a lifelong peace activist as well. That's a very important part of my life. I do a lot of trees, and to me, I mean, the beauty of a tree, the way the branches reach toward the sky, it's never ending how many ways there are to look at that and get it down on a canvas in a very precise and delicate way. So I love doing those. I do a few winter trees every year. I do spring trees. I'm often influenced by music, so I make a lot of paintings that have a reference to a song or perhaps to a musician. Some of my more recent work is I did a painting that I call Homage to the Band, and I painted all the members of the band with Dylan in the corner because it was his band. And one of the things that inspired me to make that painting was I read about how in their early days they were booed, had all kinds of things thrown at them because their music was ahead of where people were in understanding it and relating to it. And I was like, well, if that doesn't tell the story of every artist, what does? You're always kind of floating in your own space, and maybe people will like it and maybe they won't, and maybe they'll relate and maybe they won't. Oh, I can't hear you.
Okay. Oh, I bet the current political, gave you a lot of ideas maybe, or?
Well, yeah, it's nothing new to me, nothing new. I mean, just, I don't know really how to say it. I'm aware of what the police do. I'm aware that they are very much, the fraternal organizations of the police support the Ku Klux Klan in Massachusetts. They send a lot of money.
Wow.
And I'm aware, and it's very painful to me.
Can you show some examples of your art, or?
How would I do that? I have my website up. Is there a way to share my
Oh yeah, I think
screen?
you can share your screen. Let me
Share.
check.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Share screen. Okay. Oh, 2 monitors. Well, I don't know if it'll work, but I'm happy to try to share. choose what to share. A window. Yes, share that. Can you see it? So let me go to some older posts. So Western series. This is a painting I did called How I Cried for Chief Joseph. It's one of my favorite personal paintings, and it comes from the poem and his poetic words when he said, "Hear me, my chiefs, I am tired, my heart is sick and sad. From where the sun now stands, I will fight no more forever," when he was defeated, finally, in his run through Idaho and into Canada, chased by the US military.
Wow, yeah, that's really nice. Yeah.
And I have other paintings that are along these lines. There's this one, Ruin at Wounded Knee. This one I put the canvas on the wall and I saw the painting, and it felt like it was being given to me because of the strong feelings I had about what was done to the Indigenous people across this country. And, Wounded Knee was one of the final massacres of the Indians, and they were defeated militarily. They still exist. The tribes still exist all across the country. Their population has grown in the past 50, 60 years. They still suffer disproportionate poverty and alcoholism and a lot of tuberculosis on the reservations, but the people are there, and I was very very glad when the pipeline struggle, even though became a political football, but the pipeline struggle brought so many people out, so many young people, and it's really, the Indians were taken from their families and from their tribes and placed in these terrible, abusive schools and not allowed to speak their language. And that ended in 1985, believe it or not, that recently. So the young people today, they're really the first couple of generations who didn't suffer being uprooted. So, yeah. And then just different schools.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Zoe, ask anything you want.
Okay. Let's see. So you do painting, right?
Yeah.
Do you do other art too, or that's your main
collage? I do some collage. I always have
collage?
paper work. I don't photograph it though.
Oh yeah,
So.
there was that blue picture is really cool. The one in the lower right, it looks really cool. Yeah, that
This one?
Yeah.
Let's see what I called it. Blue Moon, right. Blue Moon. I remember making that. So there's two moons, and that's a blue moon.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The second one is the blue moon, even if it's not blue. So I struggle toward abstraction. It's really interesting to me.
I'm here.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So a lot of this work is moving into more abstract efforts, and then I have some newer ones that I can pop up right here. These were a lot of fun for me to do, and they're all titled. They all mean something to me in different ways. These are on view at the Bow Street Market, the bird series. This is what I mean about the birds flying free, that I'm really interested in, making birds that just feel like they are in motion against the sky. And some more of the abstractions. Oh, and this painting just kind of emerged. It's in my little video that I did. I call it Dragon Flanders, and it's about the scourge of war. And it just emerged really when I was dissatisfied with a different painting. And that happens, and it always is a wonderful thing when a painting emerges almost spontaneously out of dissatisfaction with something else. So those become very important paintings to me. I can't hear you.
Sophia, I have one last question for you. Let's go side by side. So this is just like a fun question, but if you could travel anywhere and put on an exhibit, like international exhibit, what country would you do it, and what would it be about?
What country would it be? Well, it would be, I think, right here in Somerville.
Okay.
Because Somerville has been the place for me to do a lot of my life's work. And I would love to be able to do that at some point. But
like a whole retrospective of all your
yeah.
Great.
To me, I wouldn't know how to go about asking to please show my work. I mean, I've done that. Told no. That's okay. But if I had my choice, it would be right here.
Oh, that's nice to hear. Yeah.
In the Ville.
In the Ville.
Hope next year we can do our traditional walk around.
Right.
Space.
Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure talking to you. And
thank you so much for all the work you've done.
Oh, yeah. And good luck on Booth Central. So you'll be around tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, 2 to 4. Yes.
Oh, 3 to 4. Okay, great.
Thank you so much. All
Thanks
right.
so much.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
So next up, I'm hoping to talk to Ivana. I need to figure that out, so I'm going to play some videos in the meantime.
All right. Well, I won't be performing magic, but I will be painting. I'll be painting 6 hours a day, both Saturday and Sunday. I will be here in my studio, so come by, stop, say hi, ask questions. You can see my different techniques and how I work. Yeah, feel free, and maybe I'll learn some magic before Saturday, and even maybe see me pull a rabbit out of a hat. No, can't do that. Okay, well, we'll see. See you on Saturday. Bye.
Hi, I'm Allison Sebastian. I'm a painter and sewist working out of my home studio in Somerville, Massachusetts. I've been painting for over a decade, and in college I focused on book cover illustration. For the last 7 years, I've explored painting more expressively using vibrant colors, abstract forms, and larger canvases. I enjoy the process of mixing paint colors. Looking at bright colors often elevates my mood, and flowing shapes feel soothing. I'm pleased when I create images that are engaging to look at over and over. One of my most recent paintings is an octopus floating underwater. After exploring abstract paintings for several years, I'm going back to my roots in illustration with depictions of playful creatures. The octopus floats before the viewer as if curious. The exaggerated purple of the octopus's skin creates a pleasing contrast with the muted greens of the background. When I'm not painting, I'm frequently sewing. For the last 5 years, I've been focused on sewing unique clothing for myself and my friends. I've always loved dressing up in costumes, and my motive for sewing my own clothes is rooted in a desire to create wearable items that I can't buy in a store or fit me better. I enjoy the puzzle of drafting patterns for custom garments. My clothing aim to be bold, durable, and comfortable. I've sewn fun tops and pants to wear at summer festivals and club nights, one-of-a-kind patchwork sweaters to cozy up around a campfire, and comfy everyday dresses. A particularly exciting sewing project has been a dress featuring custom printed fabric of my painting Flowing Growth. I find the fit and flare silhouette to be very flattering, and have used several iterations to refine my favorite dress pattern. To make this dress a reality, I uploaded a high-resolution photograph of my original painting to Spoonflower, and they printed the artwork onto the fabric. When cutting out the dress pieces, I lined up the bottom of the painting on the skirt, mirroring the pattern at the seams. And for the bodice, I lined up the seams so that the image would look as smooth as possible. In the works, I have several clothing items that I'm still refining, and my hope is to eventually offer more wearable items for sale. Thanks for visiting, and please reach out if you have any questions.
Greetings, my name is Shole Regna. I am a multimedia artist. My studio is at 6 Vernon Street in Somerville, where I've been creating, teaching, and running my art business for the past 31 years. My work includes sculpture, 2D work, as painting, encaustic, monotypes, drawings, and jewelry. I've been teaching art there every week. However, due to pandemic, things have shifted a lot. I did not work very much over the past year, but because of this isolation, I have been making small paintings, doodles that on a daily basis, I've been posting them on my Instagram account, which is Shole Regna _art. Working on an intimate scale such as these has helped me stay in a hopeful mindset. Um, I believe that art can enrich our lives in any scale, especially in isolation. I make jewelry in different media. In porcelain, I create the shapes and glaze them and fire them and incorporate gold and silver in order to infuse them with some uh, pizzazz for some light. And the birch ones, they are the birch jewelry. They are created using acrylic paint. I employ a style of creating paintings by um, painting on water. Is called Ebru. It's a ancient technique that is similar to printmaking, like making a monotype. Each side is a different design, and so they are reversible. My bird sculptures are ceramic. They are hollow. You can put them anywhere. In fact, I put them on my door frames or window frames. They cheer up my space. You can put a message inside them, a positive one for yourself, or if it's a gift for someone, you can make a personal note and put it in there and make it a keepsake.
Hey, hi, hello everyone. My name is Nathaniel DeVary, and I'm an artist living here in Somerville, Massachusetts. And this spring, I'll be participating in Somerville Open Studios. Yes, it is back! Woo! May 1st and May 2nd. Now, May 1st, I'll be hosting my art at 1 Powderhouse Terrace, Somerville, Massachusetts. And if it rains, we will host the event on May 2nd. But both days will also be virtual at Booth Central, where you can pop in, see my art, talk to me if you want, and I hope to see you there.
These are some glitter portraits I started doing this year. The top one is finished. It's made up of glitter, paint, and resin, and I'm hoping the resin will help preserve the glitter so it doesn't tarnish over time. And it's just really fun because there's so many different types of glitter pieces in there. So fun. Come see it in person. And this one I am working on. I'm hoping to have finished, but we shall see. Because I also have this wedding arch commission that's due in 2 weeks. Woo! So I am working feverishly on it. It's supposed to look like a South Korean palace. So I'm getting to play with all these different patterns. It's been so much fun puzzling them together with architecture. Very excited for that. And here's some little sketches I've done to help push me forward. Here the colors are going to look similar to this. Ooh, yeah. And this is a cutout I'll be hopefully using this summer. And this is a cutout from last summer from Puppies Are Forever. And I'm hoping to redo that again. So yes, please stop by and see all these things, hopefully.
And I know you're dying to see the back of this jacket. So yes, come see my art, see this jacket in person maybe. Let's see that.
Hi everyone. So next we're gonna have Alex Kittle. She's gonna introduce herself and tell us a little bit about her art. And then I'll ask her a few questions.
Hi.
Alex, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. So I'm gonna let you introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about your studio and what kind of art you do. And
Cool.
then I'll ask you a few questions.
Thank you. Hi. I am Alex Kittle. My business name is Pan and Scan Illustration. I just literally moved into a new space a day ago, and the light is kind of crazy right now. I haven't really gotten to know the room yet. So yeah, I am a Somerville-based artist. Mainly, I do digital work. I primarily am doing work that's inspired by film and music and pop culture, because that's what I'm really passionate about. I use this in various ways. I started out making movie posters just because it was fun. And there are a lot of movie posters that I think are kind of ugly. And I wanted to sort of, pay homage to the films that I loved in a more interesting visual way than just like photos of heads floating, as you often see in like 90s movies. I then expanded and I make pins, I make stickers. I also make zines, which is great because it's a way for me to really research a little bit more and share a lot of the history and trivia that I find really interesting about especially women in film and women performers. I've also expanded to start doing zines about women artists because I actually studied art history. It's my background. So yeah, I'm just always trying to find new ways to use digital work in ways that are accessible and exciting and just sharing my own enthusiasm with others. I guess I have some examples if that's of use. So yeah, movie posters are kind of where I started. This is a recent one I did in one of my quarantine works. If you've seen the movie Josie and the Pussycats, which rules, I made like a gig poster for the fake band that's in the movie. Just because I find that, I love movies about fake bands. I just always find that kind of fun. Another recent poster I've done is this one for Little Women. If you saw the new version of Little Women directed by Greta Gerwig, it's really, really good. My mom was actually in publishing for all her career. And so I made this for her as a Mother's Day gift last year. And I really wanted to highlight the 19th century printing press that you see Joe's book being printed on. I thought that was, my mom loved that part of the movie. She got really excited when they showed the book being bound at the end. So I wanted to really sort of highlight that. So this is really fun to work on and kind of personal as well, which is nice. For some of the pins that I make, I like to highlight filmmakers just because I find them inspiring, like as people. The first one I ever made was Agnes Varda, and she passed away a few years ago, but she's just one of the most amazing filmmakers. Had this really great long career and inspired a lot of other filmmakers, especially women in film, because she really just kind of blazed her own trail, as it were. And then I do people like David Cronenberg, who's like a horror filmmaker, things like that. But yeah, I don't know. Do you want to go to questions, or should I just keep showing stuff? I have a lot of stuff.
No, you can keep
Sorry.
showing.
I was like,
That's
I just
really
keep going.
interesting, actually. Yeah.
So I guess other stuff. I have a lot of zines, which are kind of, I think, one of the more sort of involved things that I make. I'm probably sort of most like known for my filmmaker zines. So these are very work intensive, but basically there's 2 volumes so far. I'm halfway through working on the 3rd volume right now. Each one shows 15 filmmakers. And the point is to highlight non-male filmmakers. So it has a portrait and quote, as well as film recommendations and just general like trivia, biographical information, stuff that I find interesting. And I try to be kind of varied with it. You know, I have like historical filmmakers like Ida Lupino, who was basically the only woman making films in the US in like the 50s. And she was a really interesting actress turned filmmaker who did kind of down and dirty independent movies in like the late 40s, early 50s. But then there's more recent people, you know, like the Wachowski sisters, who are obviously amazing and trailblazers in their own right with films like the Matrix trilogy, or personally I love Jupiter Ascending, Speed Racer, or their very first film was a really cool lesbian noir called Bound from the 90s. So they're just like really cool. And I really respect that they had a lot to fight, to work, a lot of challenges to work against in Hollywood. But they really do their own thing. And I think they're among the most inventive filmmakers that we've seen in the past couple decades. So yeah, I have 2 of these, lots of different interesting bits of trivia, as well as my portraits. And I hope that they can be sort of a starting point for folks who are interested in expanding their film tastes and kind of going outside what I consider the sort of typical canon that tends to sort of be primarily male dominated, white male dominated, especially.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and do you work in your studio full time, and is it in your house or is it at a different place?
So yeah, I'm currently, you can see backwards. I'm in my bedroom. So yeah, an interesting thing about being a digital artist is that I technically don't need a studio. I don't need the space, you know.
That's probably good, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's an advantage. So I've never really had a real studio. I've always kind of worked out of where I live, which of course can be problematic, having that like live work balance, and there is none. But yeah, so I tend to do everything just on my computer. I have a tablet, so I'm like drawing on my computer.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually, I just got a new tablet. It's so nice.
Has that stuff changed a lot since when you went to college for graphic or?
So I actually did not go to school for art.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm kind of self-taught. It definitely has changed just in, you know, I've been doing digital art for since about 2010. So definitely just some of that has changed. But it's the sad thing is that I haven't really. I sort of have my own technique and I stick to it, and I'm a little bit resistant to learning new things. I don't know if this happens to other artists, but a lot of my thing is like, when I just want to work, I don't want to have to spend time learning how to do something. I just want to get the work down, you know? So when people talk to me about like learning programs that I don't know, like I don't actually know how to use Illustrator, even though that's the more common, you know, one. I'm just like, I don't want to take the time to learn. I'd rather just like sit down and make the work I want to make. So
what's the main one you do use?
I pretty much do everything in Photoshop. And basically it's like I'm drawing or I'm painting in Photoshop. I kind of do things the hard way.
Oh, okay.
But I like it because I mean, what I think it's interesting because you can do so much with it. Like you can get like sort of watercolory effects. And I like to do sort of like cross-hatchy type of line work and everything. And you can do all those details and get those effects.
Oh, that is cool. Yeah.
But you can also do more like very flat, you know, like this is just sort of filled in. So.
Right. So do you use a photo for the actual face, or?
I mean, I use like reference photos, or I might take stills from things I'm watching, or just use a lot of different references and kind of compile them, and then I'll draw using that as like a reference. So again, I think it's not so different from someone who's like drawing or painting physically.
Right.
I just get to if I make a mistake, it's really easy to undo it, and that's
Oh,
the
yeah.
so yeah, I do feel like I'm cheating in that sense. Like you can't really mess up.
Photos nowadays, it's like that too. Like, remember when you had to like pay for
Oh,
every
so
single
true.
photo, and now it's like
You just like click and like you get rid of the flash or whatever it was. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I think it's okay.
What was I going to ask? So you have a website and you sell like through Etsy, or how do you sell your stuff?
Yeah, so yeah, I sell my work through Etsy. It's panandscan.etsy.com. And I usually do a lot of in-person markets when they're happening. I'm not really sure moving forward what's going on. Like I know there's the JP Flea is coming back. I might do that. I've also done stuff. I have some of my work for sale at High Energy Vintage in Union Square in Somerville.
Oh, okay. Cool.
They sell my stickers and my zines and my pins, which is great to have like representation at one of my favorite local stores. So
That's
send
cool.
people there. Yeah.
Yeah, great. So, and you'll be on the Central tomorrow, right?
I will be, but I will have just gotten my second Moderna shot. So I'm
okay. So
I'll be
you might
here,
be
but I might be like in the
messages.
bed part of my studio room as opposed to
That's fine. We're so glad you're getting the shot.
yeah, no, I'm super psyched, but it was just the timing I was like, well, I really, I need to get it, but also I can't say what I'm going to be like for the video portion tomorrow, but I can just sit here and watch everybody else.
And I'll just ask one kind of fun question that I've been asking everybody, so that you've been asked it too. If you could do like an art exhibit anywhere in the world, where would you be? And like,
I mean, I think given what my work is about, probably the most appropriate location would be LA. You know, I haven't really been. I visited once for like a day trip, and I barely got to see anything. But I would love to go back because I'm really interested in film history and Hollywood history. So I think that would be a really cool place to do a larger project about my like sort of non-male filmmaker history stuff. Like, and it's also where a lot of the stuff I do is a little niche, but I feel like that's a place where more people would kind of be into it than other places.
Yeah.
Maybe people don't really watch movies as much.
Oh,
I don't know. I watch way more movies than like most normal people, so I never want to see other people are as obsessed as I am.
You get hooked on those shows, and so you don't watch movies as much.
Yeah, honestly, that's so true. The amount of people who are like, I don't know how you can watch so many movies, and I'm like, well, how many episodes of like The Bachelor have you watched this week? Like, no judgment, but it's like it's the same amount of time.
Yeah,
so it's just a different mindset. Yeah.
Great. Well, it's been a real pleasure talking to you. And
thank you so much, and thank you so much for all the work you've been doing. So you've been like scurrying all around, talking to everybody. It looks like a big day.
And good luck on your shot, and on.
Thank you. Good luck to all of us.
Remember, everyone, you can go to the booth. You can still go to her booth and look at her artwork.
I will be in Booth Central, and you can always click on my link, my Etsy page. But if I don't answer immediately, please don't judge me. I'm probably like crawling from my bed to get to my computer. But I'll be there.
All right. Okay. See you later. Bye. Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. I think next we're going to hear from Hillary, actually. He's the president of Somerville Open Studios. I'm going to remove myself, and then there'll be a little bit of pause, and he'll probably be coming on soon.
Tunis, and welcome to my studio preview for this year's Somerville Open Studios 2021. I create my art at Furnace Street Artist Studios in Somerville, Mass. As an illustrator, I'm drawn to whimsical themes and inspired by the natural world. My current Colorful Critters series combines the mediums of watercolor and pen and ink. While drawing is my first love, I do like to branch out and explore other processes such as sculpture, murals, puppetry, and more. To find out more about my work, you can visit hbillustrations.com. Thank you so much for watching and hope to see you soon.
Do we know if we're live?
We are live.
Ooh, awesome. Hello, everybody. I'm Booth Central, who's not seeing me on there, even though I'm listed because I'm outside. I am Juliet Teddy. This is, if you're live, it's stop 26, and I'm mostly showing off my Ukrainian eggs, the Pisanki, but I also have all my other art out here right now because everybody's so art-starved after this past year. So I figured I'd share with everybody. So I've had people looking at a lot of my old stuff, including stuff at the Soundbites show when Soundbites was in the previous location. So definitely vintage.
So how did you learn how to do this?
I took Russian in high school and college, and one of my teachers was Ukrainian, and so she offered as a class. So my first instruction how to do this was entirely in Russian. I do not remember what she said because I had a brief moment where I actually understood Russian, and now it's, я забыла, я не знаю, and that's pretty much all I know.
And how do you decide what the pattern? Did you plan ahead of time, or did you
I sort of plan a little bit based on the shape of the eggs. So since most of my sources are from friends who have chickens, like this egg, this chicken always has really long eggs. So I know to pick a design that can handle a longer, the shape of the egg. And then draw lines, and then if I get a splotch somewhere, because the process, you can sometimes accidentally drop a big blotch of wax, will change the design for you. But you do start out with a basic idea and hope you can stick to it if the wax doesn't force you to change your design.
Yeah, so talk a little bit like what the process is. If you wax the eggs and then you dye them, right? Is that the...
Yeah, so I have, since I can't do this outside with the wind, I have the beeswax and the kistka. You heat it up into flame, and then you melt through the wax and you draw on it. And then it's a wax-resist dye, so then you put in the lighter color, and then you cover the next part, and then the last color is black.
Very cool. And yeah, so Has your work increased during the pandemic, or like now that we're?
This is definitely, the eggs have definitely increased during the pandemic because it's been a main source of protein for me, and because it's something I can do while socializing on Zoom, because it takes up a small amount of space. And if I'm sick of looking at people, I can just work on eggs while talking to them. So it's been really helpful that way. And I was also planning on having them ready for last year's Open Studios, so I've done more of them because of that. But I've always done a little bit on and off every year, but you know, my production the past year has been much higher.
Sure. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care.
Hi, everyone. So next we will have Ivana Damian George, and she's going to introduce herself and tell us a little bit about her art.
Hi, Zoe. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share my work. And thank you so much for your contributions to run the Somerville Open Studios. So today, I'll just start by introducing myself. My name is Ivana Damian George. I produce interdisciplinary art in photography, mixed media, and video. I believe the ideal role for artists in contemporary society is to address the key social environmental issues of their time. And that's what I've spent my 22 years as an artist doing. Because I became very concerned about climate change, I started creating environmentally focused and engaged art about 10 years ago. So first I want to share with you this series called Glacial Waters. And Glacial Waters is a body of work that I did in collaboration with climate scientists. So first, I got this great opportunity to travel to Peru with a group of researchers. We went to the high mountains in Peru where they have glaciers still there, and they're called the White Mountain Range, Cordillera Blanca. And this is a view that I captured. And instead of doing a documentary approach for these places we visited, I brought a crystal vessel in the sort of a form that was meant to represent the shape of the earth. And I would fill it with glacial meltwater and use that to encapsulate and reflect the scenes like a lens. And I just asked the people who were traveling with us, who were generally local people who were providing support to us through being drivers or other things that we needed for help, to help me by holding this vessel for the photograph. So I'm going to take you through this journey. This was one of the first glacial sites that we visited. It's lower down in the mountains, so it's one of the smaller glaciers. And one of the things that you should know a little bit more about is the research behind all of this. So the glacier scientists were there to understand the total amount of water that human activities, and the ecosystem needed in order to stay vital and well. And part of the research was understanding the rate of glacial melting. So in the higher mountains of Peru, such as in this image, this is way up high. We had to hike for 3 days to get here with llamas and a large crew in order to be able to measure the size of this glacier. And something that's really important to know is that before we started having global warming, what was happening in Peru is that the glaciers were staying in balance, and that's because when it was during the wet season, it would actually snow on the glaciers, and snow would like stick to the glacier and build it up. And then in the dry, warm season, it would melt a little bit, and it would provide water for the streams and rivers. And now, because of global warming, or climate change as it's also known, we are having a warming trend, and that is causing it to rain on the glaciers instead of snow. And so that is causing the water to just not stick to the glacier, and it just runs right out into the streams and rivers. So that means that the glaciers are depleting, and they've historically acted as like a natural reservoir system. So in order to adapt, Peru, and there are other places in the world where this is happening too, like the Himalaya, will have to adapt to climate change by coming up with large amounts of water storage on the landscape to prevent this rain that is falling on the glaciers from just running out to the oceans. And that way it can be used, and we don't have water shortages. So that's what this research is all about. This is one of the smaller glaciers that we visited. On the downslopes from the glaciers, there were a lot of subsistence agricultural farmers working the land who really relied on that source of fresh water. So I thought it would be really important to include their activities in this project. So I photographed the corn growing. And I also photographed the animal agriculture. And this one shows the cow being milked. This one shows the wheat growing. This one shows one of the low mountain glaciers. I also included some images of the researchers' activities, as I felt this was important to show the search for understanding. What you can see here is these researchers have just pulled out this plastic tube from the bottom of a lake bed. So earlier in the day, they hammered it into the bottom of the lake bed, and the purpose is to extract layers of sediment because every year the streams would flush into the lake, and then this is the lake that's below the glacier. That's typical. Most glaciers have a lake underneath them now. And so they wanted to find out what was contained inside the sediment. And by scraping off a couple of millimeters at a time and putting it into these little plastic baggies that you can see here in his hand, they separate each year's deposits, and then they can analyze them in the lab, and they can use that information to find out what the past climate was like. This image shows 2 graduate students who are taking a water sample in a stream that's coming down from one of the glaciers. And this image shows one of the researchers using a surveyor's scope in order to measure the altitude of the glaciers. And this researcher, among some of the others, does come back every few years to check this. So it's an ongoing study that they can use to document the rate of change. Well, I hope you found that really interesting. It certainly was really fascinating for me to go along and learn from these researchers. And I tried to express the story in a really poetic and symbolic way rather than in a documentary way. If you'd be interested in checking out more of my work, you can find it at www.ivanamieNGeorge.com. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Ivana. I appreciate talking to you, and have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
We might have one more person, but I have to check. Otherwise, we'll do more live streaming tomorrow.